Hi there, everybody. How are we doing? Can we hear everything okay? I hope everybody had a good evening and a good morning so far. Today we are going to be working on some leather stitching. Specifically, we're going to start with stitching the anklets that we started putting together last week. Now, to do that, I need to make sure the sewing machine is calibrated, so we are going to do a little bit of that first. We'll just kind of chill, see if people show up. Happy to just kind of chat. But yeah, I'll have the camera on and everything, and we'll be here. This is just going to be a real chill kind of low energy stream. Let's get this lifted up a little bit here. Let's see. All right. So this right here is my feed dog. This is where I do a lot of my stitch testing, as you can see. And it also happens to be the same leather that we are going to be using, or that we are using on our anklets. Meaning it's a great feed dog to actually check on and like work with, because it'll tell me if my sewing machine is ready to handle the thickness and the size of the leather that we're working with. We're just going to trim up these ends, make this a little neater, also make it just so it doesn't get caught in the sewing machine as we go. Just like that. Alright, there we go. Now the next thing we need to do is we actually need to switch out our bobbins, because our bobbin currently has rainbow thread, and we want our gold thread for this one. Slide this out. Here's our nice rainbow thread we've been using. This is what we used on the black and rainbow collar cuff set that I was working on. Not sure how much of that was on stream, but we got a little bit here. And so we're going to just kind of set this aside, and we're going to make a new bobbin that is set up with our nicer gold thread, which is what we're going to be using for the anklets. So here's our fresh bobbin. And we'll put the old one away. As you can see, I have a bunch of bobbins, and this is just going to slowly fill up with different colors. Alright. I'm going to move our camera just a little bit. to get that out of the way here. There we go. So what we're going to be looking at is we are actually going to be, and I'm going to just keep moving this until I get the right angle here. We're going to be looking at this part right here, which is going to be winding our bobbin. Now, as we go, hi, thank you for stopping by. Feel free to just lurk and hang out. We're just doing some stitching and sewing. I'm currently setting up my sewing machine at the moment. We are getting some new thread put together. See our thread here. I'm just kind of getting it ready to wind. And can I get a better angle of both? Kinda. There we go. There. Okay. So we're gonna kind of just go. I always like to check, make sure which way that's gonna spin. Get our thread started here. Pop that down to lock it. And usually, because this will unwind, what I try to do is I try to make it wrap over itself a little bit, which just helps. Couple of these. I'm going to go around both sides of this thread here in the hopes that whichever way it goes, it's going to lock as it starts to spin. The bobbin in place again. There's a little keyhole where the bobbin will kind of lock in place and then spin for me. Sometimes I just gotta find it. There it is. Okay. So now, I can just let that go, and we're just going to sit here and wind this for a little bit. I could probably do this way faster if I just plug the machine in, but you know me, I like doing this by hand. And while we do this, we can just chat. How's everyone doing this morning? I myself am doing pretty alright. I probably could have slept more than I did. I stayed up a little bit too late last night. And I'm feeling it, especially since I haven't had any caffeine this morning. But we're just gonna roll with it. I can survive a few more hours without caffeine. We'll just handle some water today. So we want to make sure that the bobbin fills enough that we don't run out during the middle of our project. It's certainly not the end of the world. It just is a pain in the butt to have to stop, wind a bobbin a second time, and then go again. So we want to avoid that if we can. Please let me know if there's any audio issues, if the music's too loud, or if my voice is too quiet, and I'll be happy to make some adjustments. Alright, we'll give this a few more winds, and I think we can call that good. There we go. There we are. Give this a nice cut here. We want to keep that tension on the bobbin. Otherwise, it's going to try to unwind on us. Now, we're going to be wanting to set up our bobbin here. In this case, I want to make sure I'm facing the right direction. I want that thread to be coming out of this hole. And facing the thread is the back end of the thread is wrapping around this way. I cannot speak this morning. So just like this, you take it and kind of wind it up and under until it's fed like this, and then not drop it like I almost always do. Alright, let me retighten this back up and give this a rewind. Gratefully, this isn't that hard to fix. Alright, make sure we're going back in the right way again. Slide that in. There we go. Now, without dropping it this time, we are going to insert it back in the machine. Just like so. There we go. And we want a little bit of excess coming out like that because as we start to feed it, we can pull it out the top and we'll be ready to stitch. Set that down. Now we can get the rest of our thread set up. Lift y'all up a little bit further here. See if y'all can't see the face of this machine better as we go. That should be okay. And just like that. Okay. So we're going to take our thread here. We are going to set it right here in this little slot. We are going to head around our tensioner, giving ourselves enough excess thread to work with, and then getting that nice and settled in there. Before we do anything else, we want to make sure that our needle is in the highest position it can be. Put it right around this little loop here just to give it that extra like tension feel. And then through this loop here. Down through the loop in the center of the machine. Around the loop down here by the needle, which is a little less visible right now, but it's there. And then finally through the outside side of the needle until we have it lined up through the hole, which I am having trouble with because I have no caffeine. There we go. Okay. Just like that. We are good. We can give it a little more slack here. So we're going to want to feed this under the foot and back. Now, we are going to want to cycle this forward just a little bit and bring our thread up from beneath. There we go. All right. And usually I'll just use my scissors here. to kind of grab that thread here and just pull it the rest of the way through. So now we see both our 2 threads are ready, and we can actually work on getting started on stitching. I'm going to set y'all up for that, and then we'll get going. Just like so. That should be good. The first thing we want to do, and the first thing we're going to do today, is we want to practice with our feed dog here, make sure our tensions are looking good, make sure we're not too tight or too loose. So we're going to do a couple stitches, just see how these look. This also gives me a good opportunity to check on the colors, make sure that these are colors I want to go with, and that they would match and look good for our client in this case. Alright. Give this just a little bit more here. Slack, just so we got plenty to work with after we cut this back. There we go. Now, if you take a look, I'd say the top looks really good, and our bottom actually looks really clean too. So I think we're pretty well ready to go. We can give it a go. We could also check, make sure our backing is right. I think this might be a softer backing than I intended to use, so we might do this one more time with our thicker backing, our stiffer backing, but we're in a good spot right now. Let's see. Just look through some of my scraps here and see if I've got some of that thicker backing to work with. Do a couple test stitches there. Got plenty of spare white leather scrap. All right, where are you? Okay, Sorko, what are you doing? It might be a little long. There is a limit for how long the message can be, so it might have might have stopped you there. I can try playing it again and just see if it works, but something tells me it's not going to.
Fourscore and 7 years ago our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is.
Thank you, Borb, and you're welcome. Okay. With that in mind, we're going to cut a little bit of scrap here. Sorry, I'm doing some of this off screen here, just because I need just a little bit. All right, we have our thicker backing now, as well as our white leather. We're just going to do a quick test here, make sure it's going to go through okay, that we don't need to adjust anything. Because the last thing that we don't want to do is damage the actual product piece here. And yes, the TTS did work pretty well. Feels like it's going through okay. Do one more stitch here. Go. There we are. Pull that out, give it a quick cut here. Yeah. So again, our front stitch looks pretty clean. Our back stitch also looks pretty clean. We're not seeing any of the top thread coming through, which is exactly what I'm wanting. Not until I pull on it. That's because we didn't backstitch anything. The rest of these look really good. So I think we're ready to go, which means let's go grab our anklets. Okay. So we built these anklets last week and kind of had to set them aside because I was waiting on thread. Thankfully that thread has come. So we're gonna start stitching this out. And hopefully it goes really well. Get this in place here. Go about midway down to start. Get our threads lined up here. Mostly just want them in the right place. Start with a few back stitches here to help lock this in place. Go. And forward we go. All right. The heavier nature of this means it's going to give me a little bit of a harder time. Specifically with keeping that needle in line with the hole underneath. The heavier leathers sometimes like to misalign, so I gotta adjust a little bit more often. But this is also why I tend to like hand stitching, or rather doing this machine stitch by hand rather than with electricity, because I have much better control on the speed and where that needle goes, and it's honestly not that much slower. Make sure our tail is not catching on anything here. We're looking pretty good so far. I'm pleased with how this is coming out. Alright, looking good, staying on track here. And this is honestly so much easier than hand stitching this. I've made a few of these pieces where I've just been hand stitching, and this process takes so much longer when I'm going that route. So I'm really, really grateful to finally have a sewing machine that I can do this with. May have its quirks, may still not be the fastest sewing machine for leather out there, but she's mine, and she's a really, really pretty machine. Also, I'm a pretty big fan of refurbing and reusing when I can. I can't always do it, but to be able to take a sewing machine that's had a life that is very, very long, and to see it get restored, and then be able to use it like this, well worth it in my opinion. Especially because I know that it's pretty easy to maintain, and I can do most of that work myself. Sounds like my neighbors could use a brake job on their car. Don't know if my mic's picking that up, but it's quite a noise. Alright, we're coming up on our first corner here. Probably one more stitch after this one, and then we'll turn. There we go. Lift that foot up. Move some stuff out of the way here. It's a nice rotation. Just like that. Where's my stitch dog? Will work in this case. Just keep that foot level for us. There we go. All right, and we're going pretty good clip now. Just a little anxious that this is gonna be a problem. We're going to hope that is not the case. If it does, it looks like it might only do it for a couple of stitches. Certainly not as bad as the buckle that I dealt with last week. Alright, a few more stitches here. There we go. We're gonna turn this again. Just to about right there. Let's do it under just to help. There we go. And nice and in line there. Okay. Moment here. See how we're doing. Looking good. As I bump the camera. Can't really show you here, but the underside of these stitches on this side look pretty clean, so I'm pretty happy. we go. This little bit's always the trickier part, because the leather is not super balanced, so I'm having to hold it and sew at the same time. Here we go. Here we are. Okay. Alright, here we go. There we go. Just needed a little extra support there. Go. So if you don't know, I do have some new channel rewards. My push to talk or text to talk feature is channel rewards now. So if you watch long enough, you can just gain those points. Talk to me through Borb. That little angry looking Borb in the bottom left of the screen right now. I also have some other fun channel rewards you're welcome to check out. I spent a good chunk of this weekend setting everything up. So there's both an equally good chance that it doesn't work, as well as an equally good chance that it works and is really fun. But feel free to check them out. They don't all require you to message or say anything. Some of them are just reminders for posture or to hydrate. But I try to make all of them pretty fun. Also, I've spent altogether way too long on setting up different emotes, as well as the little icons for those, because it's a fun time. It was a good way to hyperfixate through the weekend. There we go. Thicker leather really likes to kind of push my needle off course a little bit, so I'm having to lift that foot up and reset that needle as we go. Which I would be concerned about if I was stitching with a motor, but since I'm doing this by hand, I can feel it as it happens, and I can stop it, make the adjustment, and I don't have to worry about like breaking a needle or doing any damage to the sewing machine proper. Also, I hope the sounds are coming through nicely. I did adjust my mic setup this weekend. So I have a lapel mic on me now, and hopefully is catching my voice pretty well. I also have my shotgun mic that is now exclusively being used for catching sounds on the workbench. It's probably catching my voice a little bit too, but hopefully it's quiet enough not to feel echoey, and hopefully the clicks and the noises of the sewing machine are coming through a lot better. Spent a lot of time equalizing that as well. There was a slight echo. It's probably when I'm speaking louder. Right now I'm speaking pretty quiet because my lapel mic can pick it up, but the louder I am, the more likely it's going to actually pick up on both mics. Worst case, I can always just mute one of them if it gets a little too bad, but just let me know. Go. A few more stitches on this side. Probably going to need to oil that foot arm here pretty soon. She's starting to stick a little bit. Probably because I'm using it so much. Alright, one more stitch to go around the corner. Go. There's my big dog. Get that in place here. All right. Short ends are always really nice because they support themselves a lot better, which means it's a lot easier to stitch them. sure we're still online here. I think we're looking pretty good. Just this little bit, make sure we're right in that corner there. A little bit of a move here. Go. That feed dog in place here. Just help keep that foot level. And now we're on to the last few stitches on this piece. Go. Couple more here. Again, this part's always the hardest because with so much on this tail end, it's unbalanced and the leather likes to pull that needle off center. So I gotta hold it just right, or I have to adjust the needle again. Alright, do one more stitch, and the back stitch to finish it off. So all the way down there, flip our machine around. Just gonna do one good back stitch here. And should be good just to pull. Give it a little more slack here to work with on the top. There we are. There we go. So here's our back. Looks pretty nice and clean. I'm actually really pleased with that. All the way around. Front's looking really nice and clean as well. I can't complain. I'm really liking this. Alright, well, we're going to finish this one off real fast. Just going to burn these threads so they're out of the way. And that's one anklet done, and we can work on the next set. I'll rotate this so it's a little easier to see. Grab our thread burning tool. Definitely want to cut these down a little bit more, just so we don't have a whole bunch of excess here. There we go. Just gonna press those kind of into the holes they come from. Do the same thing with the threads on the back side here. are. Just like that. Now it's like they were never even there. And that's one finished anklet. We'll do a zoom out. I'll show y'all a little better here when we're done. Because I can show you the whole workbench and you can see kind of what those look like. For now though, let's move on to the next one. Start about here this time. Make sure we're nice and lined up. And we're just going to give this a good back stitch to start. Go. We're going to switch gears here and now go back forward. There we are. Whether you're lurking or just doing some body doubling with me as you get other work done, thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being in this chill stream with me. I really appreciate it because, believe it or not, this is also kind of a form of body doubling for me. It helps me get these tasks done, and I like sharing them, so this is a good arrangement here. Not to mention, any follows, subscriptions, anything like that help me out. So I lost my job not too long ago, and I am trying to see if, in the meantime, while I try to find something else, and hopefully even beyond that, I would love for Twitch to become a regular part of what I do. I love sharing my leatherwork. I love being able to chat with people as I work. And so this just seems like a really good fit, and I want to keep doing it. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Just watching a bird sew for a little bit. And we'll work on some other stuff today. We got to get back to our harness that we're working on, as well as work on the face mask we started. And I've actually got some repairs that we can do if we get through everything. If we don't get to those, we'll work on them probably Wednesday or Thursday. So right now, I'm just stitching up this anklet. If you don't know what an anklet is, it is a, in this case, it is a tool used in falconry to help control and work with birds of prey. And we have just supersized it for our furry and avian friends so that it can be worn by someone who is more human-sized. So we got 2 of them. We just finished one. We got another one coming. And just, yeah. Ooh, excuse me. That is probably a sign I should drink some water, and you should drink some water as well. So once we finish my harness that I've been working on, which is what we'll work on after we finish sewing this up, once we finish that, I'm starting to run out of commissions and orders right now. I have a few, but nothing that's been solidified yet. So that frees me up. Means I can work on some other more personal projects, find some stuff that I maybe want to add to my store. But I'd also be interested to see if y'all have any suggestions. Because I can always work on new projects, and I enjoy doing that. Coming up on the end of this side here. Yeah, probably do 2 more stitches, or rather 1 more stitch after this one. There we go. Alright, lift that foot up. Give that a nice turn for a nice sharp corner here. Oh, take a quick stretch break. I've been shrimping. Need to straighten up. Okay. Grab that feed dog again. Where'd you go? There you are. Just get that in place. Drop that foot back down. And away we go. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. I know I am. I had a really fun time last night. We changed pace and I live streamed a game for once, you know, like Twitch is kind of known for. We played Creature Kitchen. It was a really, really cute, cozy game. I really, really enjoyed it. And it was just a lot of fun. It was not kind of what I was expecting. and I think that's part of what made it so charming. So if you haven't seen that or you weren't able to attend, definitely check out the VOD. And yeah, I think I'm going to be doing more of that in the future. That's the plan anyway. I like doing variety streams, and sometimes I just need a break from the leatherwork. So doing something, occasionally a game of some kind, is always on the table. And I got a few other games that I want to play with some people, so we will definitely be doing it again. Give that a good turn here. There we go. Also, of course, always open to suggestions, especially around games to try. I'm a big fan of indie games, friend slop, stuff that I can do that's really kind of lighthearted, low-key. Probably not going to play any like 40-plus hour solo games, although you never know. Sometimes we've got some good stuff to try. But if you see something that you would love for me to try playing, yeah, just shout it out. Let me know what it might be, and I would be happy to take a look at it and see if it's something that I can do. Alright, we're doing pretty good. I'm playing the game of just how tired is my arm gonna be by the end of this. I think the answer is gonna be pretty tired today. But luckily we'll change pace for a little bit after we switch over to the harness. Honestly, I almost forgot, we probably need to make some jesses for these, so we can do some quick leather cutting and just kind of get that taken care of, because that should be an easy process. if we have time, we might do some photography. We'll see. I can always do that off stream afterwards. I'd much prefer to do most of the leather work on stream. There we go. Alright, probably 2 more stitches here, so this one and one more. There's just a bit of a move here. Make sure that that's right in that corner. Right there. There we go. Do this quick rotate. Grab our feed dog again. And we're on the home stretch. Just a couple more stitches here. Probably give this a quick snip since this is a very long thread on the bottom. Push that off, and we will finish this up. Alright, a couple more stitches on this side. Definitely gonna wanna go back here a little bit. Want that right in the corner. There we go. Add a turn. Get that feed dog back in here for a minute. There we go. gonna finish up the last few stitches here. And these are pretty well and done. Go. Probably about 6 more stitches to go. Here's number 6, which is right where I want it to be. I'll back stitch this now. Pull that off. Give ourselves a little more slack here. And cut our excess. There we go. Let's take a look. It's looking pretty good on the back side here. And the front's pretty good too. Give these a bit of a trim, just so they're slightly shorter. There we go. Just a light burn here to finish them off. There we go. We're going to do the same thing with the other side now. Just like that. Back a little bit more. Just want to make sure that it's not in the way. We're going to cause any irritation. This part will be touching skin. Kind of make sure that's nice and smooth. There we go. We can pull some of that excess off there. Here we go. All right, our anklets are done. So I'm gonna move our sewing machine out of the way. Show you kind of what these look like all finished up, and then we are going to work on those jesses real fast. Yeah, that went so much faster. Each one of these anklets, when I do it by hand, takes me 2 hours. It took 45 minutes to get both of them just by using a sewing machine. So this is why I love my sewing machine. Alright, so we're gonna get this out of the way here. We're just going to put this off to the side here, just so it's not in our way. Oh, I'm going to take a quick stretch break. Oh, that was a pop. Let's see here. Okay, now let me update what we're doing here. Get that done. Because what we're going to need to make next is going to look roughly like that. That is an anklet with birds. It would typically be narrower, smaller obviously, and this tail piece would be a fair bit longer. But in this case, because we're making it, supersized for someone to wear, we're going to keep it short so people don't trip on it. And how these work is basically you have your anklet. This is going to roll, slide through. I realize I'm on the wrong scene for this. Slide through, but it's going to sit like that. Now let's see if I can get that a little better angled here for us. Yeah, just like that. Now, our Jess here is just going to go through both of these, and that would be what actually locks the anklet onto a bird's leg. So in this case, obviously a little bigger than your standard bird, but we need to make a white set of these, because there'd be one for each anklet. We're going to set our anklets aside here. We're going to do a little bit of measuring. Looks like I did them about 2.5 inches wide. So we are probably going to do some cutting here. Need to grab some leather, move some stuff around, and we'll cut some rolls. We're going to use this white pebble grain leather here. This should be a simple enough leather to cut. We'll try it through our strip cutter. I'll get the camera set up here in just a second, and we'll just see how this goes. If it doesn't want to go through the strip cutter well, we may just have to hand cut it. But we're not looking for perfection here. We just want it to be nice, and we want it to be long enough that we can kind of cut these down and really shape them. So I'm going to turn off the PTZ here for a second to get it all situated so you can see a little bit better what I'm about to do, and then we will get this figured out, as I immediately don't turn off the PTZ. There we go. Alright, get that turned back on for us. So this is my strip cutter over here. We are going to do some adjustments because we need to make sure that this is 2.5 inches, I believe is what I said. I want it to be about that wide so it fits in these really nicely. So, grab my screwdriver here, and we're going to make some quick adjustments. There we go. Pull that off. What we're going to do here is we are actually just going to measure, see where we're at. I think we're sitting at 2 inches right now. Nope, we are at 1.5 inches, so we need to add 1 more inch to this. If I remember correctly, that is 6 pips. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. See where we're at. We should be pretty close. Close. It looks like I need 2 more. There we go. That's 2.5 inches. So we are going to get this put back where we need. Get it screwed in, and we'll be good to go. You know, if I can get everything lined up properly. Go. Just gonna get that seated there, and get this one seated. There we are. All right, now we just need to cut our leather. Now, I believe when I first made this, we were looking at, I can actually probably take this apart. So I want it to be the same length, and this is one of those that I actually didn't fully pattern out when I originally made it, which is a mistake on my part. So we might take a moment and pattern this while I have it undone. We are just gonna, I'm not doing this on camera, we are just going to pull this apart here, which is just kind of folded on itself and then like slid through the holes that I made. So we are just undoing that. Just like that. There we go. So here's our strip. Based on this, I'm going to say that we are probably going to be looking at doing 2 full strips here. So 2 cuts. So that works. That's fine with me. It just means that we're going to have to cut a little more leather. Oh no, cutting more leather. Also, how's the audio for everybody? You still doing okay? better to go slow here. Be extra careful and to cut too fast and not cut a straight line. Go. Well, it unrolled all of my leather, but get this re-rolled real fast. You can see, take a look at our cut, see if it was good. Reorganizing the house in the back of your mind, as in like figuring out what you want to, how you want to reorganize it. Hi there, welcome to the stream. All right, didn't really roll it back up straight, but oh well, we'll get that fixed in a second. Well, thank you. Thanks for staying, and I hope we don't lose you. But if we do, we'll obviously catch you when you get off the bus and get a better signal. So here's our leather. This is one strip down. We're gonna cut a second one, mostly because mostly just because we need it. I think we're just gonna probably want it. Oh yeah, baby-proofing the house is really important. Also decluttering. It is springtime. Good time for some cleaning here. Try to get this rolled back up straight. There we go. That's better. Get that back here. Still not perfect. I don't know if it'll ever be perfect. Okay, next bit of cutting here. Actually going to adjust and move this just a hair. So it tends to grip a little bit better when I have it on the edge of the mat here. Just like that. I really just need to mount this to the table at some point. There we go. Okay, one more cut here. And we should have what we need to finish our anklets. And be able to call this project done, which would be really nice. I like checking off boxes. Yep, except we're doing it in the falconry style, just for really, really big, you know, human-sized furry birds. Keep going here. Again, I'm just trying to keep everything straight, make sure that cut's even. This leather is pretty soft, so it can be kind of a pain to cut on this strap cutter, but it does seem to be working okay. Here we go. I know you'll get a collar from me at some point. No rush. I would love to make one for you. Okay. So we have our leather here. We know that we're looking at, and we're going to pattern this out properly after I do this. We know we're marking, we want this to be roughly the same size. These are a good size anklet for us. So I'm really just going to kind of mark what we've got. I know I want my slits here. End of my piece there. Start that curve. And then do that. Just like that, we have what we need. Get these marked up a little bit. Also gonna move y'all. Just so you can see a little bit better. There we go. Just give some of these some snips. I'm going to check the back, make sure the leather looks good. But for the most part, it already does. I'm not worried. We want this nice diagonal cut here because it helps us feed through these slots here later on. So we're going to get these cut. We're going to get these folded out and generally ready to go. We're going to try this out. If it works, great. If not, we can always make another one. Yep, I'm glad I cut two strips of leather instead of one, because the rest is just not quite long enough. First thing we're going to do is we're going to cut these down here. There we go. Then we're going to cut each of these. Have a safe trip on the bus. There we go. And we're just going to cut a nice strip through the holes we just made. Just like that. And again, through that end just like that. Now we almost have a completed completed chest. Clean this up just a hair. There we go. So from here, it should be as simple as matching these up, folding it in on itself. Try to make sure you can see this pretty well. just going to fold it in, so we want to line those holes up, just like that. Now, we are going to feed this sharp end through the holes we've just made until we find it. And then we're just going to start pulling, and it's going to kind of make itself. Give it a nice couple tugs here to get it started. Sometimes I find it easiest to actually get some pliers and do this. We really just want to make sure that it's folding up on itself pretty straight, or at least like evenly. Just like that. Get some good pulls. We need to give it some twisting here to get it back in line. And then there we go. Just like that. Now we have this nice Jess head here, and we have a Jess that works, and we'll test that out real fast. Here we go. That is a completed anklet and Jess combo. Just like that. I think it looks pretty good. I think this one turned out really nicely. The Jess here will actually help keep it from coming undone, and then this end piece here is going to be for your leashes, your carabiners, whatever else you're using to connect a bird. All right, let's make the last one, and then we can work on something else for a few minutes. Alright, so set that aside. And we're just going to do the same thing for this other piece of leather here. Just going to mark it out. Then follow the same process we just did. Make sure you all have a good view here. Good. And once we're nice and marked, we are just going to do the same process. There we go. Cut on this side as well, just to get rid of our excess here. All right. Let's grab our hole puncher. Just like that. go. And we're going to cut our strips through those holes again. And finally, this one down here. Then we're just going to fold it all in. Perfect. Okay, so yeah, we are just going to line up these holes just like that. So we should be able to see through them. Then we're just going to feed this through as best as we can. When it's just the tiniest little bit like this, this is where I will sometimes grab a set of pliers. Just kind of work it through until I get a nice firm bit through that I can then pull the rest of the way with my hand. There we go. Make sure that is nice and tight, just like that. All right. And there we go. We have our second chest. We have our 2 anklets. And this project, at least for this particular one, is done. Give ourselves a pat on the back. And I'm gonna go probably take a break here in a minute. But before I do, we're gonna actually make a pattern for this using the one that I kind of took apart, so that in the future it's a lot easier for me to just pull the pattern out and make it one more time. So I'm going to grab some of this poster board. Try to get it so y'all can see pretty well. Change our angle a little bit here. This is pretty simple here. Really all I'm gonna do is take some measurements, make some markings here. just like that. And I'm going to take my straight edge here. Just like that. And now we're just going to cut it out. Make sure I don't have anything underneath here. There it is. Just make sure we're lined up again. There we go. Do the same thing with this angled cut here. Then we'll just add our holes into the pattern, and that'll be done. Just like that. We have our rough shape. We can double check it here. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. And now we're just going to first move some stuff off our table, then we're just going to punch our holes and we'll be good. Alright, let's move y'all back here a little bit. Just like that. Okay. So just like making the actual thing, we're going to do this with the hole puncher. Just going to kind of give it, do this so you can see, just going to give it a nice hole punch right where I marked. And again, right where I marked. I'm just going to cut a line through it. Now, for the other side, we're actually going to change things up a little bit. I'm going to do a hole punch on either end. Mostly because this will give me a better guide and also create a better better slit for us to pull through when we make the final piece. go. And again, because it's just kind of a cardstock or a poster board, it doesn't take a lot to punch those holes. There we go. Just like before, I'm just going to do one single line through. I'm not going to do two or try to match the hole to create kind of like a slot here, mostly because I still want that friction of the, I want that friction so that when you pull through it, it's still going to hold on to itself. But yeah, now we have that. I'm just going to say Jess's, just mark it down, and now I have a pattern. I can use this at any point in the future, make this process a little bit easier. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I recommend that everyone else does too, or at least go grab some drinks or a snack or something nice. We'll be back in about like 3 minutes or so, and we'll work on our harness next. right. We are back. If you were here with me last week, you will remember that we designed and laser cut some of these back pieces for this harness that we're working on. And yeah, we are going to keep working on it. Let's see here. Make sure audio is still good. I think it is. Okay. So yeah, we are going to get set up here. First thing we need to do is we are going to need to give these a bit of a sand. Now we are going to be burnishing, so that means that we are going to be loud. The Dremel is not quiet, so we will see how this works. I might end up muting our mics if it's a little too grindy on the ears. So if that's the case, Borb will still be able to speak. So if you want to speak to me, I'll hear you. And I'll be turning the mics back on anytime I'm not in the middle of burnishing specifically. Alright, let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to start with some sanding first. Mostly, I want to get all the edges sanded. There's my little file. So we'll start with these. I'm just going to give it a light sand. We're going to do this for everything. The sanding here is just, again, loosening up the fibers of the leather so that when we burnish it, we can kind of resettle in a more cohesive state, which will give a nice, like, smooth and polished finish that will look really good. And so we'll do that with all the edges here to start. We're actually going to do a quick sand probably on the back, although this leather has such a loose fiber on the back that I may not do much sanding. There we go. Just like that. we are. You'll see we're losing a little bit of fiber, but we're mostly just softening everything. Which should help this take a burnish really, really nicely. If you remember the design of our harness here, you might be wondering why we're burnishing this stuff at all, because this piece is going to sit just like this on top. Why burnish the insides if we're not going to see them? The truth is, or the reason is that we are going to have these straps right here are going to be sitting between them, and they're going to be moving. So chances are they're going to slide, move, shift, and adjust. We want to make sure that there's less friction for that, so that they can do that freely without any issues. So we're going to burnish pretty much everything here. The back of these are going to have padding, so we're actually only going to burnish these ends. Specifically the end over here is the most important part, but we are going to give both ends a burnish just to help protect the leather. And then this middle portion will actually have a like a black padding on it that should help, make things nicer. So yeah, let's give these a quick sand here. Go. We will burnish the edges of everything, but we're going to have to do this in 2 stages. We want to burnish the strap ends first, but we'll burnish the padded portions last. The reason is because we want that padding to be burnished as well on the edges, which will actually help kind of make that edge one solid piece when we do the burnishing process. Even though it's 2 separate pieces of leather, the burnishing will help kind of bring those together into one kind of united front. And that will help keep that entire piece a lot nicer for a lot longer period of time. And since this is something that will be worn, at least with some regularity, we want to make sure that that is the case and that it stays nice for as long as possible. We want nice and comfortable. There we go. Set that aside. Do the last one here, and then we'll actually get started on the burnishing process itself. Go. Get these edges. go. Perfect. Okay, we've got our sanding done. So now we're going to switch gears. I'm going to mute my mics so that we can get some burnishing done and it's a little less bothersome noise-wise. So enjoy the music. Again, if you want to use Borb will still be usable. I'll still be able to hear him. You'll still be able to hear him. The only thing muting is my mic. Alright, that's one little bit down. We're going to go ahead and get the next end on this piece done. Like I said, I'll keep unmuted as long as I'm not running the Dremel. Some of the burnishing gum all the way up here. Just want to make sure we've got enough. So we get a nice, good burnish. Alright, here we go with the Dremel again. Alright, so that is one piece done. So we've got a good burnish on both ends here. Set this aside to kind of dry and set a little bit. Move on to our next strap. Do this one real fast. And then we will move on to the back crossbar pieces. And then we'll be done with burnishing. Well, not quite. We need to do the edges. So we'll do the edges of everything, then we'll be done with burnishing, and we can start assembling and putting the padding on this. There we go. I'm gonna mute again. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope the audio's been alright. Hope the video's still looking good. Alright, one more end to go. time. All right, we are making good progress. Enjoying some chill music, working on some leather. So yeah, our burnishing process here looks a lot better now that it started to kind of dry and settle. It's also made the leather a little bit stiffer, which is going to be good for those strap ends there. Alright, I did forget to burnish the inside of these holes, so I'm going to go do that real fast. And then we're going to put some burnishing gum on the backs of these, and we'll keep going. Okay, here we go. Just got a few more pieces to do for the backs. Then we just gotta burnish all the edges, and then we're done. This is the burnishing. Gonna go ahead and get both of these prepped. Won't hurt anything to let this soak in a little bit. There we go. Okay, back to burnishing. I'll be back with you vocally here in just a minute. So these are burnished. We'll set them aside to kind of dry like we've been doing the others. And we are going to swap out our burnishing heads here and get ready to do the edges. Go. Move y'all just a little bit here. Yeah, that should be a little bit better. Yeah, just like that. There we go. It's one end. Get the other one here. Make sure we've got a nice coating along the edge. Right. Here we go. Get this muted again. one side down, on to the next one.
Zaris needs a bird to stop shrimping. Zaris needs you to hydrate.
How did you know I was shrimping? Alright, I am sitting up straight. I need to get some water too, though. Cheers, everybody, from the Pizza Hut cup.
I see you got this working. Good your burb. Proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah, it took a little bit of fiddling, but we got it working last night midstream, actually. And I think I figured out what was going on, and so it's working now. Yeah, we took a little bit of a break yesterday and midstream, and I had a kind of a thought. I was like, oh, maybe it's this setting, and sure enough, it was. I just had it on the wrong track on OBS. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope good. Mine's been pretty decent. I can't complain. So I'm hoping yours gets better. It sure has. Let me do a quick refresh on that. There we go. That should be much better. Alright, that's one strap down for the moment. Got one more strap, and then our little back plates. Then we'll be done with burnishing for a little bit. Micromanagers are never fun. I'm so sorry. That is, sounds awful. It sounds like my last job. So, I hope it gets better, or I hope the manager at least focuses on someone else for a little bit. Alright, we just almost got this side done. Just gonna do a quick burnish on this, and then we'll flip it over and keep moving forward. Alright. Let's see, let's get some gum on here. that's awful. Yeah, micromanaging bosses are the worst. I am not a fan of them. I have dealt with my fair share of them, including my last boss. I am very grateful to not be working there anymore, even if it's a bummer from an income standpoint. Multiple times a week? That's rough. Alright, and we're back to these. These squares should go pretty quick. I'm probably going to just go ahead and burnish most of these edges, or rather, put the gum on most of the edges, and then we'll do kind of a big burnish for each one. Alright, there we go. Alright, one more to go. So this one's got the logo on it. Not that that matters for the burnishing, but I'm just happy the logo turned out alright. Yeah, I feel that, Zaris. Micromanagement is one of my, I wouldn't say pet peeve, but it's probably one of the things I respond to worst. I just don't do well with it. I need there to be trust in the work that I do. And sure, you can check on it, make sure that I'm doing well, but like, trust me in the meantime, and you know, expect that I'm going to get done. Don't breathe over my shoulder while I do it, or check so often that I feel like I can't actually get my work done. Alright, there we go. That should be all the burnishing for a little while. So we're going to get this cleaned up. And we're going to start doing some assembly. We've got to glue our backing onto the straps here. And then we also need to stitch up our little back crossbar piece. So, yeah. We're just going to stitch right along these corners here. Just a few small stitches. So it shouldn't take too long at all. But I think we're going to start with gluing the strap padding. Mostly because that's going to be... it's going to need some time to dry once we get it glued on. First things first, though. Sorry about that. First things first. Give this a light sand. Get some of the debris from burnishing off of my desk here. There we go. Feels a lot better now. Also, Zaris completely agreed. If you're doing your job, you should not be, it shouldn't matter. You should be able to do your job, especially because you're, like you're gonna have downtime and chats. You should be able to, work on other things or do what you need to do in that meantime. Padding, that's what I was getting. So this is my comfort padding. This is my really, really soft deer tan cowhide. And what we're going to do is we are actually going to glue directly onto this. And by that, I mean we are going to take our straps here. We're going to glue the backing of this, and then we're going to basically just set them on this leather and then cut them out. So the first thing that we're going to do, if each strap is about 1.5 inches, we're going to do about probably a 4-inch strip. Go ahead and cut this just so we don't have to roll the entire time on this table. We're going to cut this just like we cut padding in the past. There's my pin and my ruler. Where did I set? There's my X-Acto blade. All right. So we're just going to measure out probably 4.5 inches. Cut a strip out here. I'd rather have a little bit of excess than not enough. Just all the way across at regular intervals. That way we've got something for our larger ruler to line up to. There we go, all marked up. We're going to grab our large ruler now. I'm gonna make a quick mark just so we have a line here. I could just cut it straight off the ruler, but I find adding the line just helps me keep on track, especially if that ruler ever shifts. There we go. Make sure it goes all the way down to the end here. Perfect. Okay. Make sure we're staying on our line. This is a very soft leather, so it doesn't take a lot to cut through. That's ultimately what makes it such a nice padding for our leather too. There we go. Cut most of the way through here. Go make sure we haven't got a few strands stuck here. And I get the far end where the camera can't see. Just like that. And we're nice and cut through. So we have a nice strip of padding leather here that we can glue onto our straps. Okay. Good to know. Got a number here. We want to make sure we don't get that in. Just cut that out. Check the other side now. Looks pretty good. All right, we're gonna lay this aside while we grab our glue and my respirator. So again, might sound a little bit like Bane or Darth Vader for a little bit while we do some gluing. That should be fine. You should still be able to hear me a little bit better with this new lapel anyway. Again, as always, wear some protection. This stuff is not the worst, but it's not great. And since I'm not doing this outside, I want to be extra careful and protect my lungs. Sorry about that. Okay, can y'all hear me okay? Can y'all hear okay? I think it still comes through. My mic is saying it is. Probably just a little more muffled, a little quieter. Okay. If you can't hear me, let me know. Thanks, Aris. I appreciate it.
Bird up!
Bird up. All right. Pull out our blue paper here, just so we can keep our workstation a little nicer. There we go. Now, let's get to gluing. There we go. Go through and really kind of liberally apply a bunch of this glue all along the areas that I know I'm planning on putting that padding. If I put too much down, that's okay. You can always kind of reapply it elsewhere. There we go, it's looking good. I'm not going to go all the way to the end of where I know the padding's going to be, but I'm going to go pretty close. Mainly just want to make sure I've got coverage where I need it, because we're also going to stitch this up at the end of the day. So these edges will be nice, which means the glue is there mostly to hold things in place so that they don't shift while I'm sewing. There we go. A little bit more here. All right, it's looking good. Probably just a little more glue. Set that aside for just a minute here. Get tacky. Probably just long enough for us to do the next piece. There we go. Perfect. Yep, it's working. Oevo, oevo, oevo. Oevo. Thank you for speaking my language. It does work. Okay, next piece. As I just bump into the mic and the camera, of course. Nice line going down the center here. I'm going to spread it out. Go. Make sure I've got glue going all the way to the edges here. Mostly just because we want a nice firm grip so that the sewing machine doesn't kind of move stuff around. The final product, even after stitching, that edge will stay nice and tight after we burnish it. The glue will just kind of help hold that together. There we go. We're just about here with this one. I already feel it getting a little tacky. Alright. Set our glue aside. Put this one away here. Let it get a little more tacky. And now, we get the fun part. So what we're going to do, I am going to actually just move our paper all together. We're no longer spreading glue. I'm not worried about it getting on my workbench as much. Pull that off. Just set it aside for a minute. Because I'm going to take our backing here and lay it out nice. We are just going to lay our strap along the backing. Make sure it's a nice, smooth, and secure hold. Also a good time to kind of rub off any of the excess glue that we have gotten from the other side. Just like that. We're going to do the same thing right here. This is why I wanted to make sure it was a little bit wider. This is a different type of padding than I usually do. Usually I do rolled edges, so like we would see on our feed dog here, the padded backing is rolled on itself. This is a little different. I've not been able to do this before simply because I've not had a sewing machine to help support it, and I don't like doing this without having stitches going along it to help support the whole thing. So we're going to let this dry for a little bit. While we do, I'm going to set it aside. We're going to air out this space just a little bit, so a fan's probably going to come on. Hopefully it's not too loud. And we are going to probably stitch up the center backing pieces, my little cross pieces here, and get those going while this dries. Okay. Get this fan started for us. try to keep that nice and low. My mics are set up a little bit better now, so fans shouldn't be as much of an issue, which is really good. Now we just need to set this aside so that it can dry fully. Just like that. Grab our sewing machine and get it situated with a different bobbin, because this we're going to use a maroon thread. Which gratefully I've already wound up, so we don't have to wind that again. We're just gonna pull this rainbow thread off our big spool holder. So we can set up our big spool of maroon thread. Alright, time to say goodbye to our gold thread that we were working with earlier. It served us well, but we can set it aside. Okay, and then finally pull out this bobbin here. We can set aside the spool of golden thread, a little bobbin of it at least. Put it back in my case and pull out the maroon one. There we go. Put the gold one away. Could actually do that too. Here we are. Just like we did this morning, we are going to thread our spool here. Hopefully not drop it like I did this morning. Here we are. A little bit of excess. Just like that. We are going to slide that in. Make sure it seats properly. Get a little excess hanging off there, just like we want. Gonna do that. And next up, we need to thread this. Before I do, though, I'm realizing that we haven't done some markings that we need to do. So I'm gonna set that up here a little bit out of the way, just so the bench is still visible. So we need to mark up our crossbars here, just so I know where we're stitching. Gives me something to follow. So we're going to do that really fast. Just a pretty light mark on these corners. This helps me keep the same kind of even distance from the edge. It's going to give me something to follow a little bit as I actually work with the sewing machine. Just like that. And one more to go. And because we're in a corner where we can't really mark well with the little line cutter, the line engraver, I'm going to go over it with silver. Kind of give that right angle a little more visibility here. just like that. Now this silver is something that washes off, so even if I don't get the line perfect, anything visible could just be kind of washed or wiped off with a wet rag. Just like that. That's what we're looking at. Now, in order to hold these two pieces together while I sew, because I don't want them shifting at all on me, we are just going to take a couple pieces of Scotch tape. Make sure we're nice and lined up here. Just going to kind of wrap it. Typically do Scotch because it doesn't have that much of a grip, and it's going to just kind of let me do my stitching without like gripping so hard on the leather that it leaves, you know, noticeable marks that can't just be removed easily. So here's our marks. We've got that taken care of now. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to test our thread and our tension. So the best way to do that is to use the same pieces of leather that we were using or are using, and we are going to stitch through a few times and make sure that our tensions are all good. So we have those ready. We're just going to see how they work. That's going to be our stitch dog for today. I need to thread this upper portion first. Make sure that that's all lined up properly. Here we go. Through there. Through the little vertical hole. Just like that. Give us a little more slack here while we get this threaded. There we are. That loop there. And then finally, through the hole of the needle itself. I feel like this music, this playlist has been exceptionally chill today. It's the same playlist. It's just chill. It should be the same playlist. Unless I just got instrumental Pokemon music. Because I haven't heard anything else recently. So we'll see in just a second. I'll check because I kind of want to get a little more energy going. Not like huge energy, but enough that I don't feel like I'm going to go to sleep without a cup of coffee. Okay, thread. Any day now. Please work with me. Oh, no, come on, almost there. You got it. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, you're through. There we go. Wow, okay, that was a little harder to do this time. Don't know if I'm just tired or if it just didn't want to work with me. This situated again. A little bit easier for everybody to see. Alright, we are going to grab the bottom thread here. There we go. Grab my scissors here so we can pull that thread through. Here we are. And we should be ready to do a couple test stitches. If everything looks good, we'll go straight into actually stitching up the pieces here. Alright, we're still in reverse. Let's not be in reverse. Go. A couple more stitches just to make sure we've got a decent line. Seems to be feeding smoothly. The question is the tension correct? I expect it might be a little bit loose because our stitches, let's see, go. This is a little bit thinner of a leather is what I was trying to get at. And couldn't obviously vocalize well. Go. Actually, we're still pretty spot on. I'm pretty pleased with that. So we still got pretty good tension. It's not perfect, but it is pretty good. I'm pretty pleased with that, so I think that's going to be what we go with. Make sure I don't just like completely entangle everything here. There we go. Give this a snip. There we go. Okay. Here goes nothing. Go here. This foot down. We're going to do a back stitch first. So we want to lock that in. Actually, I'm going to grab my feed dog here, because I want that a little closer to the edge. The hardest part about this particular sewing piece is just getting the line where I want it. A bit further forward, because we are going to back stitch here. There we go. There we are. Now forward. Okay, I can move my hands so y'all can actually see now. That up a bit. There we go. Might actually move y'all just so you can see a little bit better. So I like to have my hand right here where it's not as helpful for seeing it from your angle. Okay. Go. Do a quick back stitch here. we are. Oh, is that set up to only once per stream? I'm so sorry. I can adjust that. Here we go. It's our first stitch line here. Honestly, could be a little bit cleaner, but with where this is going on the final product here, it's just going to be
Sorkard
on the
needs
back.
you to hydrate.
Thank you. I can definitely hydrate. As soon as I finish burning these thread ends, I will grab some water. There we go. Just like that. There we are. It's one corner done. Grab some water. You all should too. And let's see. While I'm drinking some water, let's look at my viewer rewards, my channel points. Ah, yes, I see that. We are going to
Zaris needs a bird to stop shrimping.
I'm not shrimping. I am sitting up straight like a good girl. You know, now. Okay. On to our next piece here. I have removed that restriction. You should be able to redeem that more than once now for hydrate and for posture check. Yep. Yeah, definitely keeping the 30-minute wait on purpose. Okay, there we go. Okay, here. Here we go. We'll give that a nice turn there. One more stitch and a back stitch. Go. There we are. There we go. Just snipping off the ends here. We'll just burn them down. Go. Just like that. Do the other side as well. There we are. Alright, that's 2 sides done here. So just 2 more. And we'll check on how our glue's going. Okay. Go. Move this a little bit here. It's a little bit easier for us both to see, I think. There we go. Not quite to the corner yet. There we are. Here's our corner. Lock that back down. Now we're going to just do that back stitch. There we go. Y'all can put that one on cooldown as much as you want. I don't mind the reminders. Go. Make sure you get these nice and finished off here. Just like that. Oh, thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. Okay, got one more to burn here. There we go. Looking pretty good, I'd say so. One more corner to do. Go. We are, flip it back forward, and off to the races we go. There we go. Caught there on some of its own thread. Probably one of these pieces got stuck. There we go. Oh, not reverse. With the foot, that's what I need to do. There we are. Turn that corner and just a couple more stitches here. Back just a hair. Go. All right, now we're just going to backstitch once here to finish this off. Check our work. Probably smooth things out a little bit. There we go. Too bad at first glance. Let's kind of finish these ends off here. Excuse you. There, that's what I'm looking for. Also, welcome everybody who's here. Just doing some leather work. Right now I'm working on a custom harness. This is the crossbar piece for the back. Just kind of chilling and talking while I work. Let's clean that up a bit here. Luckily, this is gonna be on the back, so I'm not super worried about how clean these finish. I want them to be clean, but they don't need to be super perfect. Alright. Bit of a press here. Should just help with some of that foot marking that's left over by the sewing machine. There we go. Alright, we have our crossbar made. Theoretically, it will work. Alright, now I get to play the game of eat my own words as we try to set this back here a little bit. Get this a little more organized here. Because I need to try to get the Scotch tape off. Don't want it to leave a permanent mark here. Although it looks like it might. We're gonna see if we can't rinse that off with a wet paper, like a wet rag. Let's see, it might just be adhesive residue here. Saras. Okay. Let my rag down here. There we go. Get some of that silver marking off too. Not a bad idea. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So that's a lot cleaner. That's what I was hoping for. Let's see if I can hold that up to y'all a little bit. See it a little. See it there. So I'm less worried now. Get this other piece of tape off. Then we're going to check on our straps. They should be dry by now. Okay. That's a quick wipe down. There we go. And just a little bit more here to finish it off. There we are. That's our finished cross piece here. All right, let's check on our straps. These are looking good. So for these, all we're really gonna do is we're just gonna kind of cut around them to try to get as close and even as possible. start by cutting some of the excess off on each side. So we're really only interested in the parts that are pretty much glued. There we go. All right. Move this to where everybody can see it a little bit better. Because all we're going to do is we're just going to cut along the lines here and try to get as close as we possibly can. Y'all are ridiculous. I want you to know that. Okay. So yeah. Give these a bit of a cut. Want to try not to cut into the ox blood leather, at least as much as I possibly can. I may get the edges just a little bit like that. It's okay, those will go away when we burnish the edges. And then let's see, where did my smaller ruler go? Where did I put that? Oh, I see it. It's way back here. So the other way I can do this is just use this as a shorter straight edge. Just like that. Nice even cut there. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing for all of these edges here. However, I am just going to do a loose cut through this middle first, just so we can work with each one individually. Set the other one aside. Okay. Again, just going to use our straight edge here. So we don't want to cut any of that ox blood or maroon leather. We just want to cut the excess padding off. There we go. We do cut a little bit off, that's okay. Again, the burnishing process at the end of all this will kind of help make these edges nicer. go. Here we are. Just like that. Y'all are, again, ridiculous. Okay. I think this, just like that. Turn this over. Do the same thing on this side. Just try to smooth this up a little bit. There we go. Let's clean our edge there. Why? Why did that come undone? Okay. Are you a good Dronda? I don't know about that. You did eat a puppy. Alright. Just gonna finish up these edges a little bit. Honestly, for these smaller bits, my scissors might be better. Give that a go. Go just like that. Yeah, scissors are much easier on these corner bits. Go. Clean up those edges a little bit. There we go. So yeah, now we've got a soft backing on the back of this one. We'll set it aside, finish up the other one. And then we can see about actually stitching these up. Let's see. Go. We in chat learning about the dragons and the pandas. There we go. Okay. Almost done with this. Okay, here we go. There we are. Just a little cleanup on this edge here since I didn't quite get close enough. There we go. Alright, we have some good looking straps here with some comfortable padding on the back now. Now before we burnish or do anything like that, probably not going to get to that today. What I want to do is I actually want to mark and stitch this. We'll see how far we get with that today. We might just do one and then finish up the other on Wednesday. But just like I did with the other pieces, I'm just going to go through, do a nice light line. It's going to help me kind of stay on track here. There we go, just like that. We are. Do the other side now. Go. And across like that. There we go. We've got our stitch lines. We are also going to go across at the end here just to match these up. This end as well. This just helps ensure that the glued on padding is going to also be nice and secured by stitch lines. Okay. Go ahead and do one of these, see how it turns out. And that might be where we call it for today. Got some other stuff I need to get done. So we've already been going on for about 4 hours. We're going to go a little bit longer, maybe to 4:30. We'll see how long it takes to stitch this up. But once it's stitched, we will call it done and come back to this on Wednesday. Okay. Start here. Make sure our threads are all in the right spots here. There we go. Start with a back stitch. Move our camera here in just a second. There we go. Here we are. There. Okay. Make sure we're staying on target here. Okay, here we go. I think we're starting to look pretty good. Awesome. I gotta do this. We are no longer burnishing leather. There we go. Alright, looking good. Off to a good start on this so far. I'm liking how this is turning out. Yeah, so Wednesday we will probably try to finish this project up. We just have stitching of the last piece after this one, and then burnishing the edges. And then final assembly. So we're making good time on it. It's looking good. And I think we can have it finished on Wednesday. And we got some other stuff we can work on too if we finish early. Hopefully everyone's having a good time. This has definitely been chill. Hit the like jazz all day today. So hopefully it's been a good vibe. I'm not sure why my playlist has decided it only wants to play all jazz music, but it's not been bad. Just checking on something, seeing where we're at. I see what happened, okay. There we go. We switched over to our to a different playlist that was Pokemon Jazz. That's why I was getting all jazz music. There's nothing wrong with that, but we can kind of finish out the day with my usual playlist here, just because I've been enjoying it a lot. Pardon me while I just drop stuff everywhere. All right, it's a long piece. prediction from earlier is coming true. My arm's really tired. Alright. Have a good time, Zaris. Thank you for hanging out and stream today. We'll see you again soon. You'll have to come over and visit. Yeah, thank you so much. Just gonna be here for a little while longer while I finish up this stitch line. I'm gonna try to make it all the way around the strap here. And then we will probably call it for the day. So if I had to guess, maybe about 10, maybe 15 minutes left. This is going pretty smoothly, so fingers crossed. Alright, come up on this corner here. Make sure we're right on that edge there. Give this a turn. Stitch lines look pretty good so far. Pretty happy with that. Okay. Do I have... Yes, I do. Use you as a bit of a stitch dog here. So that's a good question. I'm not using the motor because the motor is just a little too fast for my comfort. Part of that's just because I'm new to stitching or sewing, but some of it's also just because since this motor doesn't have like a speed controller like more traditional leather sewing machines have, I can't actually stitch slowly. I can only stitch as fast as a typical sewing machine would go, which for leather work is sometimes just way too fast. So I hand stitch it because I can choose the speed that I go at. I'm sure I can't go as fast as a motorized one, but I can ensure that I'm not gonna like go off my lines or make a mess. And so that's my reasoning. I'm sure at some point maybe I'll be good enough at this that I'm like, oh, I'm comfortable doing this. But for now, that's the main reason I don't do that. That's a great question. You know, I've never tried that. I mean, it's a pretty simple motor, so that might be possible. But I just don't know for sure. I mean, that's kind of what the foot press does, but I have a feeling that this is one of those motors that needs a certain like amount of power to even start turning. And I think that turn is just going to be too fast when it gets going. Every conversion I've seen for one of these to make them go slower, you actually have a secondary motor and a bit of a belt drive that helps with that. So it's like a conversion, a gear conversion on the belt with a secondary motor that helps control it. Print a gearbox. I mean, we could try. I don't know if plastic materials would be strong enough for that and have little enough friction or drag to do what it needs to do. But I mean, it's certainly worth giving it a go, I guess. Let's see. This. Okay, here we go. It's a little bit better for now. There we go. Alright, making good progress here. We're getting close to the end. Probably about 3/4 of the way done with this. Making generally good time here. Yeah, if I can definitely save up money, I would love to eventually get a more modern, or at least updated, true leather sewing machine. Be a little less finicky, and it would definitely have a motor and a gearbox that could let me do motor-powered stitching, machine stitching. But for now, this is still way, way faster than doing it by hand. So I cannot complain. Or rather, I can complain, but the complaints are very minimal. Cut these off real fast while I've got them in my sight. There we go. That we could do. I'm not sure how we'd go about that though. Because the handle itself is not actually all that bad. It's got some pretty decent grip for being just a metal, like, circle. I could try to do a full, like, crank handle, but some of the old sewing machines have that, but I'm not sure if that would actually be, like, better or not. I just don't know. A little bit of a tangle here. That's what's going on. There we go. This spool is giving me trouble. Hold on. So I actually have a tread base, but it's one of the motorized ones. So it doesn't actually do a whole lot, aside from turn the motor on here. It is pressure sensitive, but again, the motor itself is just not sensitive enough to pick up on really light touches and go. So I'm hoping I can get something in the future. An actual like treadle, like mechanical one would be great, but then I would need a full table for it, because it needs to go through the table to line up with the sewing machine. And my current setup is a little more mobile than that. Alright, we're coming up on the end. We're just going to kind of round the corner here. A little back stitch and finish off. We'll take a good look at this, see how it turned out. And we'll kind of finish up and wrap up for the day. Again, thank you to everybody who's been hanging out. Really appreciated it. It just makes this sort of work way more fun to have people to talk to, as well as have silly, like, channel rewards and emotes and stuff go off. It's just a good time. Way better than me sitting in my workshop or in my workroom, just alone with my thoughts, and or maybe just a bit of a music playlist. God knows I shouldn't be left alone with my thoughts, so this is a much better solution. Also, that's a lot of fun. Okay. Go. Perfect. Angle adjustment here. Couple stitches on this angle. Get to this corner. Perfect. Give this another turn here. Use my other piece again as a thread dog just to hold that foot. Go. So close, y'all. Almost done. And I think I'm gonna want to go one more here, just a really, really light. Yep, just to get us right in the corner. Go. Last few stitches. Almost there. There we go. There we are. Probably one more, and then a back stitch. Yep, there we are. And here's the back stitch. There we go. Get this loose here. Alright, that's looking really good. Let's burn these ends down real fast. There we go. There. Okay. We'll take a quick look at this. Y'all, I think this turned out really good. I think this actually looks really, really good. Let y'all look at it in our little window here. It's the back. Front. Hell yeah. I think that's good. I also think that's a good place to stop. I could use a break from sewing, and I've been on for 4.5 hours now. So, thank you all so much. Had a good time. I will be on again on Wednesday at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard. We're going to be finishing up this project, maybe doing a few other leather projects. I'll be on Thursday as well, 7 p.m. And then I'm also adding Sundays. I'm still not exactly sure on the time. I started at 7 yesterday. But I think for future, I might start a little bit early, maybe like 2 or 3, just to kind of catch that early afternoon so people don't feel like they have to get off to get ready for work in the morning. So we'll probably drop by and do that. But thanks, y'all. Had a really good time. I hope you had a good time as well. And I'll see you on Wednesday.